Dobra. Chyba można lecieć. Czy grałem wcześniej? Kurde, no. Grałem, ale ja nie pamiętam kompletnie, co było w poprzedniej części. Nawet nie wiem, na czym ta gra polegała. Chyba w jakiejś fabryce coś robiłem. Ale tego też nie jestem pewny. Ale dam, że tak, no. Pytają się, czy grałem, a nie czy pamiętam. O Jezus. Haj? No dobra. Te FPS-y chociaż ograniczy. Gdzie polski język? A, nie ma jak zwykle. O, jeszcze tu City Skylines widziałem. To sprawdzę, czy działa pierw ograniczenie. 2 FPS włączyłem. Nie działa, czyli zły plik. Kurde. A jak tu dam 2 FPS-y? O, działa. Dzięki szajtan i bączyk. Omcio, kopiezo, stupidaku. Pierdol tego kropkę z czatu, bo mnie nosi. Nie po nazwisku, kolego. Zacznij grę. Nie ma na pewno polskiego. No nie ma, no, co no. Musisz się rozumieć, bo tu jest dubbing, ja wam nie będę tłumaczył na żywo. Ale wierzę, że każdy rozumie, albo większość. Zacznij. Czy zacznie? Nie.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Póki co rozumiem.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
No i koks.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
O, to są za
Something that
ciężkie
would
pekulia.
forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
Oh.
No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oho, trzeba wyjść. Co się dzieje, co się dzieje?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Meeting room.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oho. No i teraz tak. Są też drzwi na prawo. No. Leć w prawo? Nie. Chciałem, ale jak mi zasugerowałeś, to chcę ci na przekór zrobić.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Szła kategoria? Wiem, ale jest git. Synergize Core Value Expeditors. O!
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Na pewno nic tu nie ma?
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Co to znaczy FA? He's not doing fucking anything.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused. You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Ale przyjemne te switche ma klawiatura.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really stupid.
Dobra, już mnie nie
He
obraża,
probably only
idę.
got the job because of a family connection. That's how
Zamknij się.
stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Ale biuro ma szef. O kurde. Co w tym biurze można by robić? Nie wiem.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him, and so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
2845, ale to zaraz. Spadamy.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Pamiętam.
2845. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway. Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
O!
Whoops, nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Jezus.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Chyba już nie chcę gadać. Tu nic nie ma.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
A zobaczymy, co się stanie, jak jeszcze raz wrócę.
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he? Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Cześć, mamo, cześć. Dzięki pulum kroku.
Oh my god. It's the boss's office.
Się przestraszyłem.
This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait! No! I need more time to process.
Dzięki na kowiec.
All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality.
Na Twitchu też
As
gra i
before,
normalnie po polsku
I
jest.
turn to your
Co ty
expert eye
opowiadasz?
for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Gdzie? Ale nie wiem. Jakoś prosto on mówi. W sensie wszystko rozumiem, więc... Dobra, chyba już można jechać w dół. Wątpię, że jest oskryptowane trzecie wejście do windy.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Nie, już nie jest. Już mu sił brakuje.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator, but the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow?
Nie no.
There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting, you know, Stanley? It seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises? To have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh good, we're here.
O! Opowiem ludziom o mojej historii przygotowawczej.
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Live on stage, Stanley. To chyba ja. Same znane osobistości. Oj.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door. All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
4, 2, 7. Co to? Jakiś kot. Nie pamiętam? Nie pamiętam nic. O, ujedz. Jezus. Nic nie mówi. 427. A to nie jest mój pokój? Mój pokój. Już pamiętam.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ciekaw jestem, jakbym znowu do windy poszedł.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Wszystko to samo będzie?
Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Nie wiem, schowek na miotły. Tylko z jedną rzeczą mi się kojarzy. Oj, dzięki Boro. Z czym? No a z czym się może schowek na miotły kojarzyć?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
A mogłem wcześniej w dół iść? A, widzisz. Jezu, ile tu możliwości jest. Chcę jeszcze raz trik z windą zrobić.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Wpisz zły kod?
Two, 8, 4, 5.
1, 2, 3, 4.
forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Chyba zapora anty... Nie wiem jaka. Dzięki Maciek. Inda.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out. Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Poszedł mi jeszcze raz tam. Zobaczyć, czy się teraz coś zmieni.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
Jest szansa? No jest.
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he?
Dobra, już nie ryzykuję. Czy ostatni? Będzie to samo. Nie, bo bym żałował potem.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Ale zawracam insta. O Jezu, będzie trzeba całego dialogu słuchać.
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me.
Oh yes.
Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
Yes. Czemu wyreagujecie jak za pierwszym razem?
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait! No! I need more time to process.
Zobacz naprzeciwko windy.
All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Cześć, Jagodziu. Ciemno. Widzę kurz na monitorze. Dobra, nic tu nie ma, już idę. Już nie wracam tu.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Specjalnie są te same kwestie, żebyś nie poszedł trzeci raz. Nie pójdę. To im się udało.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Escape. Ja nie chcę uciekać.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours, so here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game, with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section.
Oh.
You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. Railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you
No
did it.
już. Wszystko od nowa?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
A jakbym...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
A jakbym jeszcze raz tam skoczył? Bez żartów mówię. Bo zareagował na ten schowek
Yet there was
namiotu.
not a single person here either.
Tylko boję się, że
Feeling
będzie
a
to samo.
wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go
Oh.
up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Albo się nie będzie dało tam wejść. Executive bathroom. Jakaś pani będzie w łazience. Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Ta.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
No wpuść mnie! Dalej.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Skaczemy tam jeszcze raz? Trochę szkoda czasu, ale ja bym spróbował. Tylko myślę, że to będzie ten sam ending. Chociaż może nie.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Na pewno nie skaczę? Na pewno.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
Jak ja mam
Each
427.
bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Dismantle the controls? Nawet git kliki. Tam jest jakiś przycisk. Dzięki, Hoser. Dziękuję, Bedzik, ale tu coś napisane. Co tu jest napisane? System power.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that?
Incorrect?
You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich.
Słyszę, co on gada, bo się skupiam.
Go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These number buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? one solved? Do
Jezu.
you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment.
Nie mogę już nic
But
kliknąć.
here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death.
Nie no, musi dać
You're only
jakoś
still
uciec.
playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're
Czym się wprowadza?
powerless, to see you
Nie.
made humble. This is not a challenge, it's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No
Gucia?
ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice.
4.
Make it count, or don't.
A
It's
3
all the
miałem
same to
nacisnąć.
me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable
jebnie.
life from the moment we fade in until the moment I
Puść
say
mnie!
happily ever after.
Na pewno się jakoś da to zdezaktywować. Na pewno. Ale zanim mi się uda, to trochę za długo minie, coś mi się wydaje.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Może
What could it
zróbmy
mean?
jedno podejście dokładnie
Stanley
tak, jak
decided
on
to go to the
mówi,
meeting
1 do
room.
1.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Krok po kroczku. Wszystko to samo. Bez wchodzenia nigdzie indziej.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Cofaj? Gdzie? Już miałem robić jak on mówi.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Nawet nie zauważyłem tego.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Przeskipował. Speedrun? No.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Dobra, wszystko krok po kroku teraz.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Nowy lader w Diablo kiedy? Myślę, że czy by dziś zamiast Valoranta nie zagrać. Wiesz? No.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Głodny jestem.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to
Zaraz jej
believe
zjeść.
it couldn't be true. Had
Nie
Stanley
najadłem
really
się
been under
rosołu.
someone's
Znowu?
control
No
all
rosół
this
jadłem
time?
tylko.
Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's
Cześć, Menko,
control?
dziękuję.
Never.
Witam.
It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Teraz nacisnę off.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Off. Wszystko zróbmy. PayPal ci nie oddał, Wojnar, ponoć. Tyle? Dzięki Eku.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty.
Blackness?
Was it over?
Ciekaw jestem, jak będzie ten komand na koszuleczce wyglądał z kieszonki wystający
He had
pięknie.
won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone?
Nie
How
wiem.
had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the
Chyba mam
chamber, he
kryzys wieku
realized none
średniego,
of this
ponieważ
mattered to
jakoś
him,
mnie
for it was
śmieszy
not
ten
knowledge
kolega
or even
okonowy.
power that he
Śmianie
had
się
been
z tej
seeking,
wiernoty jakoś
but
mniej mnie
happiness.
tak cieszy, więc
Perhaps-
chyba muszę się przerzucić na tego pedofila demonza. PS mamon ty kondonie.
His goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go,
Piękny,
what to
prawdziwy
do,
świat.
or how to
Najlepszy ending.
Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was
O,
all he
dom,
needed to
rodzina,
know.
pies.
It was perhaps the only thing worth
Ryby.
knowing. Stanley stepped through the
Życie.
open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin,
O, jak pięknie.
the feeling of liberation,
Widzę
the
te
immense
słupy, wysokie
possibility of
napięcia,
the new
te linie.
path before him.
Mi się moje miasto
This
przypomina.
was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Piękne. Beat the game. Przeszedłem. Niby. To dobrze, że ten główny storyline nie jest aż tak długi. Będzie można potestować. Pomyślałem, że storyline główny będzie bardzo długi.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he
Uh-oh.
checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
On troluje. Uczucie paranoi wprowadza. Jakieś drzwi nowe były. New content.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Mor.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Halo?
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Ok. Już windą jechałem raz. Albo 4.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if them... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Content. Jumps.
Alright.
O, będzie skakanie, nie dało się skakać wcześniej.
It's the jump circle?
Ha! Dodali skakanie. Tylko jedna lampka się pali. Hop, hop, hop. 3,20. Chyba tyle.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
O Jezus.
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Okej. Restart? No zrestartowało mi. Ale pójdziemy tam znowu. O! O!
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Okej, idę. Chociaż nie muszę. Ale pierw pójdziemy tak jak on mówi. Wszystko 1 do 1. Na pewno? Kurde. A tak kusi zerknąć za rogiem.
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
Dobra, idę.
Oh, never mind. You're not a dork.
Bo Boję się, że się zamkną te drzwi. Już nie wrócę. Ale... O.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Jakaś minigierka? Świat Dark Soulsów może.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Stary Steam? Tak wyglądał? Nie, to nie jest strona Steama. Czy to jest strona Steama? To jest ich strona. Przekierowująca do strony Steama. To wygląda kołterz z Marta is Dead.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games
Czemu taką ładną
journalism,
piosenkę
10 out of
przerwał?
10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
No. Paxson, dziękowałem ci, jak nie to dziękuję znowu. I dzięki, imbecyl. Happy Nubek, Deposit, Magwes, Avenu, Equików. A, tu tobie dziękuję już, no. Kurde, ładną muzykę przerwał. Nie wyjdę już. Chyba tu trzeba iść. Stanley.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect.
Czemu
It
9?
didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
paka zęba, nie otworzę tak ust szeroko jak Dawid. Czuję, jakby miało mi coś popękać, jakbym tak otworzył usta. Jak się tam dostać? Dzięki, Mylek. To już chyba jakiś czas temu.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
Otworzyły się.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
New content. Pik, rozładowuje się.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Pewnie hejterzy. O! Zagrał 3 godziny. Nierekomendowane. Chwila, zaraz dojdziemy do tego. Wszędzie są hejterzy. Wszędzie. Rosół się podgrzewa. Zaraz będzie gotów. Tylko miskę muszę sobie przynieść. Umrę teraz. Zobaczmy, co hater napisał. Honestly, I couldn't be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Individual paths themselves are also not very fun, not offering much to do through coś tam each path, and requiring some rather tedious nonsense to get certain endings.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full
Może ładnie
completion.
będzie, jak
The
on
narrator
przeczyta.
is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Wózek.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy?
So?
Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say?
10 godzin grał.
You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
O! Wielki żółty przycisk. Dobra.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like
Nie
this.
przerwę mu.
The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, until the end of time, at
Czemu?
which time everything all at once, so,
Bo on się
now you
stara.
see, blah 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 blah.
We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards. The deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went
Zaraz
on for
usnę.
nearly 10,000 years. until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards. The deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice. Well, there's sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I don't feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go?
Nic tu nie ma.
Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me
uderzać w
here.
ścianę?
We need a door. We need a door of some
Sielskiem?
kind. I can work with any kind of door, as long as it can open and lead from one room to another.
Chyba
I'm
trollował.
going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please
Nie będę
do
naciskał.
not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
Ale kusi. To ja sobie zupkę dojem. No i gituwa. Nie ma go. Dzięki, Szymku. Może nacisnę? Nie no, on przyjdzie. Powiedział, że przyjdzie, żeby nie naciskać. Nie chcę mu przykrości sprawiać, już hejterzy mu sprawili. Dzięki, Soviet Goblin. Chyba, że to faktycznie trzeba czekać z 2 godziny. Wyjeb Kise Homie? A w ogóle kto to dodał? Kise Homie. To chyba wczoraj dodano. Ty? Nie, ja tego nie dodałem. Chyba. Ale i tak mniej tym spamują niż cycami, które były dodane na pogisach. No. Ale się ruszały. Nie no, czekać na niego? Poczekam. Wiesz, że coś tu jest. Tylko nie wiem, ile będzie trzeba czekać. Nie no, on nie okłamał. Powiedział, żeby znaleźć drzwi, uderzać w ścianę. Sekundę, pouderzam tam za tym. To nic nie da, ale te ruchy mi ruchy głową Jaspera przypominają. Z jego punktu widzenia. No. Tak, Woody, właśnie to. Runika, wizaczka, zajeb. Skoro i tak czekamy, to zobacz to. O kurde! To jest recenzja tego chłopa negatywna. Przerobiona kompletnie. Klika już? Nie. Poka? Patrzcie. To jest jego profil na Steamie, który był umieszczony w grze. I napisał, przekreślone teraz, honestly, I play this game to full completion. The narrator is funny with his humor and dialogue. O, proszę, jak się nawrócił. Cox. Nie wiem, wydaje mi się, że tu jest skrypt, że 5 minut trzeba poczekać. Jeszcze chwilka. Już minęło? Myślisz? W sumie zupę zdążyłem zjeść, zoltabować. Wyjeb Kise Homie, błagam, cyce już były lepsze. Chcecie pogisy zmienione? Z powrotem? Coś za coś, no. Dzięki, kitowiec. Nie no, kliknę chyba. A za co to jest? Za Lisa Kiss. Policz cegły. O! Kurwa. Już myślałem, że się coś stało. Spróbuj w rytm cyknięć? Ty, ma sens. Do 10 po. Bo wtedy zacząłem klikać. Dobra. Nie no, chyba klikniemy. Ale na pewno tu coś jest, że godzinę czekasz, się odblokowuje. Tak mi się wydaje. No prosił mnie, żebym tego nie robił. No ale chyba mu nie zaufam. Dobra, klikam, bo nie wytrzymam. Chociaż... łbem rytmicznie? Też nie da rady. Klikam.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button. And if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child. Wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely
No
you'll
prowokuję,
put
żeby
your
nacisnąć
own
to.
desire
Myślę, że nie
to
trzeba
see what's
naciskać, ale
next
będzie czekał tu
ahead of
godzinę.
my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews.
Co?
Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't
Przerwało
ignore
w
the negative
trakcie?
feedback.
Chyba
Why
już
was it so important for
myśleli,
me
że
to
każdy
fix the
kliknie.
problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie
Dobra.
Nine. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track
Nie
after
skipnąłem
a
pół
year.
gry.
Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of
You
missed
shock?
opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside,
O, jak dobrze. Już nic nie mówi. Zegar przestał działać, chyba się rozładował, bo był na bateryjki. Ta, stanął zegar. Może śpi? A, roślinka, liście opadły. Dzięki mi, Seba. Super, że masz zdrowy ząb bez bólu, pozdrawiam. Nie mam zęba, a boli dalej miejsce po zębie. Ale się goi. Dziękuję. Dobra, klikam, co no. Prosiłem cię. Dzięki, Bartomisz.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we
nudne, musisz robić coś fajniejszego.
our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes. Yes, of course. They've been
Dobra, już,
jealous of me.
kurwa. Cała gra w boksie jednym.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Nie da się kliknąć. Górą drabiną wyjść? Nie, nie. Wydaje mi się, że to tak ma być. Drabiny się nie da ruszyć ani podnieść. O ty, co to? Przecieka coś? Jest wilgoć, będzie grzyb i się zapadnie i wyjdziemy górą. O! Chyba się ciągle nie da. Czy tylko tobie tak laguje stream? Chyba tak. By narzekali bardzo. O! Roślinki zaczęły rosnąć. Zaraz będzie dżungla. No nie, kolejna pora roku. Oj. Is never the end, is never the end. Dzięki, młody. Dziękuję, Bartomisz również. Jakaś apokalipsa, jak my tyle bez jedzenia wytrwaliśmy? Entertain us! Now! O!
Strasznie popierdolony gównowitek, pozdrawiam.
Pozdrawiam. Zabrzmiało jak cytat z chłopaków z baraków. Co jest? Mogę przycisk kliknąć? Nie, rozwalił się. Plaża. Nie ma nic. Był schron jakiś. Albo pustynia. O. Widać powietrze, jak faluje. Dno oceanu? Nie no, chyba. Co?
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
New content, to były drzwi. New content.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Dobra, zrobimy szybki ending, spokojnie. To nie był reset wszystkiego. Ale takie obawy miałem. Tutaj telefon dzwonił. Halo.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Nara. Nara, nie gadam z tobą. Nie znamy się.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
New content.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Whoa.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Overwatch 2? No. Ale jakby wypuścili Overwatch Ultra Deluxe version, to szydera trochę. Z nazewnictwa. Już widzę. Ultra Scam. Ultra Crap. Nawet projekty mają.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Nowe featuresy. Hear your name in the game. Co to? The button that says the
For
name of the
Stanley
player that
Parable
is playing
2,
the game.
I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Koki. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Mam nadzieję, że to nie likuje żadnych rzeczy z komputera. Name.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you roleplay as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly
Tak,
Jim
jestem
right
Jim.
now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
My name is Jim.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
It's even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
No. I tyle z zabawy. Chyba kolejny feature trzeba przetestować. Where Jim? Where Jim Leahy? Is.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
No screenshots. Merchandise. To jest reassurance bucket?
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Oh.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through
Ale
your body.
jaja.
And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Mam z tym wiadrem chodzić? Okej.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Dobra, to malejkę jeszcze, chociaż tu coś jest. Jump Circle, Infinite Hall. Poka QR? Gdzie był ten kod QR? O, pa! Kto tam jest? Stanley. New plus easy achievement. Pociągnąć za dźwignię i dostać achievement trzeba.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen. What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Jeszcze Jump Circle jest gdzieś. Czy gdzieś prowadziło, tylko... O, jest.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Nawet nie poskacze. Poskakanie.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Coś jeszcze? Tam byłem. That's new. A, Infinity Hall gdzieś było, faktycznie. Infinite Hall. O, tam. Jezu, to wiadro cały czas. Jeszcze skrzeczy, jak chodzimy.
Stanley,
Oh.
here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall
Cały czas
until
spadał?
the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
O kurde. A co jest na dole? Lecimy.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
Oj, chyba
Do
nie
it
jest
on the
nieskończona.
sooner rather than later spectrum of things. Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look,
Papieruchy.
I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Staniesz coś, jak będę czekał? Chyba nie.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my... Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of...
Teraz szybciej.
Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of
Ależ
the
czas,
hole,
mam
you
ochotę
can hit the
skoczyć.
teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yeah. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me.
No nie, no.
Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Nie da się nacisnąć.
Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a
Ale
win for
chuj.
everyone. You get to be with the
Dzięki,
hole,
Tadeusze.
I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Obniżyła się? Chyba tak. Nie da się skakać, wyczerpałem limit skoków. O! Winda. Teraz miecz do ręki, zbroja i Melania. Albo Malenia. F to change your perspective. Wow. Coś prawdziwa ta twarz, tylko oczy takie martwe. Change your perception? Jezus Maria, ale dziwna ta gra jest. Jezus. Dzięki Zeju. Chyba się rozkręci ta nutka.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space of mine.
Psychodela. Jest. Co jest? Anime baba? A nie, kurde.
My head's stronger. You're no
Stanley?
longer
Stanley?
using up.
Jak chcesz coś pokurwionego, ale nabierającego sensu z czasem, to polecam Inscription.
Drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have
Okej,
that, Stanley.
dziękuję.
Because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Zajebista ta dziura. Oj.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Było. Mostly Infinite Hall. Idziemy do tej dziury. Gdzie ona była? Nie! Zamknęli. Coś jeszcze? Na pewno. O, a to? A, to wiadro było. Przycisk, który mówi imię Jim. Tu zamknięte. Tu byłem. Stąd chyba przyszedłem. Epilog. Setting World Champion? Zrobić screena w tamtym miejscu, gdzie są screenshots? Okej. Nic się nie dzieje. Trzeba by Steamowy... No screenshots. F12? Czekaj, nie wiem co to jest F12 na Steamie. Zaraz pokażę stronę z adresem. O! Nie ma achievementu. No. That's new.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Dzięki, kupa Okso. Co jest? Czy będzie Diablo później? Tak. Jak najbardziej. Obraca się. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Collect them all.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Ale super. Ale to wiadro. Jeszcze 5.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Dobra, chyba tyle. Chyba że mam zebrać te figurki, ale wydaje mi się, że niekoniecznie. Exit? Wychodzimy? Chyba tak. Dziura otwarta? Nie wiem, czy jest sens sprawdzać. A żebym ja pamiętał, gdzie dziura była. Wiecie jaki temat? Tak, nie mylcie się. A czemu temat główny niby miałby się przytoczyć tu? Zamknięta. Najlepsza zawartość gry. Dobra, do wyjścia idziemy. Mount pisze, żebyś poszedł pomlaskać. Z tego co widzę. Oj. Jezu. Gdzie było to exit? Tam? Tam. Tu byłem, tu byłem, tu byłem. Tu byłem. Byłem, byłem. 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 Byłem wszędzie. Byłem w epilogu, tam w tym. W tym takim małym tunelu, co była linia, którą się przekraczała.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Czy byłem w Diamencie, w Valorancie? Byłem, prawie znowu jestem. 2 gry mi brakują. Ale nie grałem dużo ostatnio. O!
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a
Będzie dziura.
meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Dziura jest.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Ale pokręcona jest ta gra, jasny gwint. Dwójeczka, no. Dwójeczka. Odpalaj? Odpalam. Lecimy.
This is the story of a man named
A nie
Stanley.
kliknąłem settingsów!
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was
Sprawdzimy na
simple.
YouTubie to potem.
He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him
O, są
instructions,
baloniki.
call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Idziemy? O.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Ja chcę
Stanley
dziurę.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
O!
Stanley picked up the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd
O,
find
kawuchę mam tu.
answers.
Jestem. Using slides to assure employees that everything's okay. Kawuch? No, kawucha. O!
Oh, Stanley. You feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley,
Głośne to wiadomo.
I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient?
Wąskim
That your life
wiadrem
is so
śmierdzącym.
banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an
Kawucha dla
even
witucha?
partially enticing
Albo kawucha
manner?
dla-
Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning
Nice.
comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved
Jak
over the
odstawić to
years.
wiaderko?
Let him have it.
Wyrzuciłby mnie w pizdu. Nie da się.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take our hike broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Śmierdzące wiadro.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Jeszcze jedna nalepka, jeszcze, proszę. Trzecia, ostatnia.
You know what? I could take the name calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Ale wlepę mam koks, dzięki Chopin. Chyba już nie ma kwestii.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Może do toalety pójdziemy z nim. Money in the morning. O! Druga.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Jeszcze 4? Nie wiem, czy zbierzemy wszystkie.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
O!
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
I teraz pytanie. Czy jest jakaś interakcja, jak wjedziemy znowu do góry windą z wiadrem? Wydaje mi się, że
The
może być.
elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate.
I teraz
It would
bez
be
żartu.
all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up?
Yes.
When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again.
O!
The bucket said nothing.
Że trójka na tym lunchpadzie? Znaczy nie lunchpadzie, tylko tym keypadzie? I nacisnąć.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and
Kończę
began
interakcję z
absolutely
miną.
slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Dobra, starczy. A 0003? No. Nie. Już chyba nie będzie nic drugi
Perhaps
raz.
the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again?
Oczywiście.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much
Psychopata.
together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Ale będzie teraz.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator. Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this
Dobra,
passion
tu
of
już się powtarza.
Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Solution. Dzięki Kokuri. Dobra. 3 razy.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
Róże na górze, fiołki na dole, cały stream, patrzę na twe zakole,
Sam masz zakole.
papride.
For months he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
Może jakąś wlepkę dostanę nową.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Lecimy. Niech wszyscy się dowiedzą.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Chyba nie biorę tego wiaderka już. Mnie zdenerwowało.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Splunąć na nie tylko.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Somewhere both red and blue? Coś ze schodami? Duży pokój?
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Co to znaczy alas? Pierwszy raz w życiu słyszę to słowo i widzę. But alas. Ale niestety, jednakże...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Nie cofamy już.
Was it that the bucket knew all along?
A czy?
Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical
Kurde.
explanation. The bucket did not react, except perhaps a tiny glow of warmth. Subtle, yes, but an unmistakable spark from somewhere deep within.
Po tym jak trójkę nacisnąłem. Ale zarumienił się. Oddał ciepła. Nie, już nie jadę w górę.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Skacz? A w sumie nie skoczyłem jeszcze z wiaderkiem. No.
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort
Gotcha.
of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Kurde, jakby jeszcze raz sam zeskoczyć?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Czy będzie
Stanley
Valorant? Dzisiaj
decided to go
Diablo
to the
będzie.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Co w prawo? Nie, w lewe drzwi idziemy. Tą samą drogą.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
To będzie zaraz schowek na miotłę. Ha!
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be coming to a staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Teraz idziemy dokładnie, jak nas gra poprowadzi.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock.
427. Tu.
Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No!
Dzięki,
He
przyjacielu.
screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Czy to dziura? Nie, nie. Chyba. Nie, to nie dziura. Teraz off klikam.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin
skater.
watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
Uh-oh.
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I?
Prawdziwy przyjaciel.
Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Czyli trzeba by było wiaderka nie brać i wtedy ich skończyć. Ale wyjść bez wiaderka? Tak, Kamgow. Wyjść bez wiaderka to... O, ciemnica. O kurwa.
To wiadro to chyba symbol tego, że twórcy zajebali porządne wiadro przed napisaniem scenariusza do gierki.
Nie wiem, czy to był Bóg, czy nie.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Chyba tak.
What could it mean? Stanley decided
Nie
to
wiem.
go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Chyba Bóg. No to ładnie gra zrobiona. Trzeba będzie jakąś negatywną opinię wystosować i zrefundować grę potem. Tak się nie bawimy. Tfu! Bez przesady.
No matter how hard Stanley
Z
looked,
ironią
he
mówię,
couldn't
widzę.
find a trace of his co-workers.
Nie no, wezmę to wiaderko.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Uwaga, za 30 sekund będą nerwy na czacie.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Tu już chyba nie ma co.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct
Sobie
code by
wizualizuję
sheer
moją
luck.
Amazonkę z
Was it
Amazonkę z
the
Exploding
bucket
Arrowem.
all along?
Jak
Was
jak
the
czyści
bucket
ładnie.
guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Pójdziemy tam, gdzie jest teraz escape. O, tam jeszcze nie byłem.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through
Tu.
the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Jak to? Przecież wiaderko nie może umrzeć. To nie czuje, to nie żyje. Nie ma unerwienia.
The door behind them was not
Mózgu.
shut. Stanley and the
Czegokolwiek.
bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Co ty mówisz? No ale taka prawda jest, no.
But of course, Stanley and the bucket thought better of it and realized they simply had too much to live for. Nope. It's death for Stanley and the bucket.
Dobra. A może ta dziura tam jest? Bo to chyba jest ten balkonik. Nie jestem pewny, czy dobrze pamiętam. To było 2 lata temu, jak to graliśmy. Jak nie więcej.
At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
O, no wygląda to groźnie. A może, nie wiem, ta dziura? Kurde, tą dziurę bym znalazł chętnie. Dobra, lecimy. O!
Wykrzyknik pajacyk.
O cholera. Jestem na jakiejś platformie. O. Nie no.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket.
Pomocy!
But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere.
Zgadza się.
Farewell, Stanley.
Nie.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's
Fine.
life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
O. Oszukaliśmy ending chyba. A gdzie 2?
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Gdzie wiaderko? Nie mam w ręce, tylko jego nie... chyba... Nie, całego nie będę czytał. O wiaderku pisali.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
O. To nie moje wiaderko. Inferno bucket. Przypomniał mi się ten widz. Jak on się nazywał? Zaraz sobie przypomnę. Sekundę. Mam dobrą pamięć. Emira puszczał. Na pewno go ktoś pamięta, ja go pamiętam. Jak on się nazywał? Chwila. Nie Grzesiek. Pamiętacie go? Jak on się nazywał? No, kurde, siedzi mi to w tyle głowy. Nie Mirek. Puszczał cały czas muzykę. Emira. Nie Grek. Nikt nie pamięta go? Tacy jesteście właśnie. Jak on się nazywał? Nie Mateusz. Jak on się nazywał? No, na pewno ktoś pamięta. Puszczę wam muzykę, to go przypomnijcie sobie. To! Więc wiedzieli, o kogo mi chodzi chociaż. Uwaga, teraz. Pamiętacie? Nusfelheim czy coś tu śpiewałem. Jak on się nazywał? Nie Daniel Orn, nie. Nie Greg. Greg? Nie Yggdrasil. Nie wziąłem leków. No nie mogę. No jak on się nazywał? Zaraz go znajdę w historii dotacji. Chwila. Bo nie mogę, no. Gdzie tu jest? Tip historii, zakładka. I w wiadomości trzeba poszukać. Puść to, proszę. Puść to, proszę. A nie, po niku się szuka. Nie sekator. Nie, no jak on się nazywa? Po linku, ale nie mogę... Nie mogę szukać po wiadomości, tylko po niku. Cześć, Majluwa. Czekaj mnie. Jak on się nazywał? Cholera. Po wiadomości nie mogę poszukać. Ctrl F tu nic nie da, bo jest za dużo stron dotacji. A go nie było kilka miesięcy na streamie. Kurde no. Shooting, ty jesteś, no co ty gadasz? Eksport musiałbym do pliku excelowskiego to eksportować. Dobra, na szybkość. File, open. I tu. Upload. Tu. Teraz znajdę. Dobra, mam. Od wszystkich. I teraz Ctrl F i ten link. No nie znajduję niestety. A, bo to pokazuje niki tylko z kwietnia. A tak to miesiące całe pokazuje. No nie przypomnę sobie. Kurde, jak on się nazywał? Jezu! Zaraz ci go znajdę. Chyba coś na M miał nick. Nie Grzegorz. Podłączony monitor. Jaki monitor? Co ty chcesz? Wiem, że jak zobaczę jego nick, to będę wiedział, że to był on. Nazoid? Nie. On miał taki nick i cyferki w niku. Na M i cyferki. Chyba M. Mikkel? Mikkel 1337? Mike Smith, tak! Mike Smith. To był on. No. To był Mike Smith. Bez cyferek. Jeszcze sprawdzę na wszelki wypadek, czy wysyłał na czacie ten link do nuty. To on nie ma nawet jednej wiadomości na czacie. I nie obserwuje tego profilu. To na pewno on? Nie no, to on. /user Mike Smith. 0 wiadomości, 0 wykluczeń, 0 banów. Nie obserwuje. Konto stworzone w 2016. Z podłogą? Mike Smith, podłoga. Też to nie on. Nie będę żadnych leków brał, bo to było i wiem, że było. Nie no, to był on. Mike Smith, na pewno to był on, pamiętam. Widzę One Cut.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one.
Co się stało, bo wątek
It
zgubiłem,
is
wiaderko
man
zginęło.
who should kneel before the bucket.
O. Dziura? O, chyba to jest ta dziura. O.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Zemściło się. Przez to, że wziąłem nowe wiadro.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Jest
Perhaps he
wiadereczko.
had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Co z Ryszardem? Dobrze, byliśmy z Ryszardem u kociego dermatologa, bo ma te wysypki różne, jest uczulony praktycznie na wszystko. Siedziałem i słuchałem przez godzinę, jak pani mówi i zaleca coś.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office.
I powiedziała, że
Nothing
może wychodzić na
responded to the
spacer.
bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief
Dostał
in the
maść na
magic of
kleszcze.
the bucket.
I git. Platynę wbiłeś, mamon? Co ty opowiadasz? A, nikt tego gościa. No tak, Mike Smith. Welcome to the whiteboard ending. Dog mode. Mogę być psem? Bardzo chętnie. Mogę być psem. Ho, ho, uf, uf. A psy skaczą, a ja nie mogę. Aż mi się przypomniało, jak za punkty kanału na ziemię zszedł. Over też chyba za 1000 zł psa udawał. Pamiętam. Jezus.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Cześć, Saku, gram. Ja już widzę ten uśmiech na starcie. Typu, on wie, co jest na szali. Człowiecza godność. O, ten. O.
Chcę wyjebać coś takiego, bo mi kurwa... Niszczy.
Jezu.
Tak, panie, już czekam!
No. Boże święty. Tam czatu nie widać, ale pewnie... Pewnie, że...
Stanley, we must
tak
move
krótko
on from
i
this
to tyle?
broom
Jeszcze,
closet,
jeszcze.
simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I
Obroże
did,
załóż.
you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers. Coming to a staircase,
No, i teraz na
Stanley
dół.
and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Co to? O!
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates
Mini
the
Stans,
intrinsic
najlepsze.
sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Mini stansy. O, furka.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps.
No.
How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Trzeba wiaderko znaleźć.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
O, wymyślone wiaderko.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Mariella. Ładna jesteś.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
O. Pojebana gra. I załatwić ją, gramy zaraz dalej. Nie jestem już psem. Nie wołałem cię, Alan. Chyba.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Ogólnie to tam na lewo została jeszcze jedna rzecz. Ending z bombą i z wiaderkiem. Aj, winda druga. Oczywiście, że w lewo idziemy.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office,
Ty, gdzie była ta
Stanley was
winda?
once again
O
stunned
kurde.
to discover not a...
To już mogłem zrobić z tą bombą.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct?
Yes.
Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Kaszankę z cebulą i z musztardą na obiad. O kur... A, dobrze. Myślałem, że się zamyśliłem. Nie. Gdzie była ta winda? A, widzisz. O nie, na górę czy na dół? Na dół. Przerwałem. Winiary czy Kielecki? Winiary. A dziękuję DJ Alter. Przepraszam. Dobra, to do góry trzeba pojechać. Masz koleżankę, co się nazywa Winiary? Jest taki inny? Winiary? Dobre pomysły, dobry smak. nazwisko, nie imię, no to ja chodziłem... Nie chodziłem. Moja siostra chodziła z koleżanką do klasy, która na nazwisko miała Witek. A na imię? A nie mogę powiedzieć. Ale miała Witek na nazwisko. Halo. Warto było. Dobra, to już zróbmy ten ending z bombą.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was
Właśnie
once again
45.
stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Dobrze, a znach. Ale niech zagram teraz Hedersa. Nie przeszło mi to w sumie przez myśl. Jakbym się z nią ożenił i wziął po niej nazwisko, to bym się nazywał Witold Witek. No. W sumie Witek bym był.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read
Jak się pan nazywa?
Mind
Witek,
Control
a ja nazwisko
Facility.
Witek. Tak. Dobra. Co tu trzeba było zrobić? On kliknąć. Pana godność, Witek? O nazwisko mi chodzi. O.
The lights
Ale
rose
było
on an
zabawnie.
enormous room packed with television
Niesamowicie.
screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Jestem Bond? James Bond? Jestem Witek? Boże, stop w karuzeli śmiechu, widzę.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in
Jesus.
shock. Everyone in the office was
Nie
being videotaped,
weź z tymi lekami.
monitored like guinea pigs.
Dzięki, Sates.
The bucket had
Dziękuję
never
też,
seen
Zink.
anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
O. Tak, i syna też daj spokój.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Dobra, on.
For he... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Mogli mi sterować? Niech leci. Papuszki.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands. the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
O, jak robią pingwinki? Dobra, chyba możemy prawie drzwi odwiedzić. To ten moment.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the... Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again. A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Dzięki, Aznach. A ci dziękowałem?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Jezus, daj spokój. Boże święty.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Co? Jak tą grę przejść?
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
O, chcę, żebym się zabił. Jak taka wola wiaderka. Trzeba będzie ją spełnić. Na Icosejsie 30 minut pyta o coś. O co? Chyba nie.
Good,
said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Idziemy za głosem wiaderka.
Now pick up the phone,
said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Mogę chyba to odłączyć. Odłączamy?
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Kto sitting right here?
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny."
Oh, yes.
Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now. Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
O, będzie śmiesznie teraz. Jeszcze nie, Raf.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Gdzie nalepka? O.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Idziemy na prawo i słuchamy telefonu? Chyba tak. Bo to pominąłem. Wiadomości z dzisiaj? Widziałem.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they
Schodzisz z
entered
tym
the door on
wiaderkiem?
the left.
Bo to 2 jest. Stanley Parable 2.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Nic nie robić. Okej. Albo pójdę w lewo. Zobaczymy, czy coś nowego się odbywa.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley.
Nie krzycz.
I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery?
Ale ta gra pojebana, nie dziwna.
Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had... the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his
Był
left.
koniec, myślisz? Nie wydaje mi się.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Idzie mu odebrać telefon.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Tylko gdzie był ten telefon, bo już nie pamiętam. Prosto i w lewo? Czy w lewo?
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him, but Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone.
Halo. Który to diablo zaraz?
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Hello Stanley, it's me, your bucket. Press H to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press I for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Y, żeby zignorować wszystkich w swoim życiu oprócz wiaderka.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Wierzysz, że jestem prawdziwy, prawda? Chodźmy razem do domu.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
P, żeby iść z domu do pracy. Z domu do pracy? Z pracy do domu?
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the
Zostaw moje
bucket,
wiadro.
Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give
Close
it
your
or
eyes.
I'll...
Gdzie wiaderko?
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door.
Gdzie teraz? Na prawo? Znowu i telefon? A balkonik możemy spróbować.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Figurka? Gdzie?
No, stop. Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness. I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Chcą mnie zamknąć w garażu.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
Cześć.
Okay, let's begin.
Czy to jest bucket?
Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless... Is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
O cholera. O cholera. Nie.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go. I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the... It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Bo ponoć jakaś figurka była.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room.
Yes.
Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Is it gone?
Okay, this is day number 295, tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure?
Czy będzie to YouTube'a? Chyba nie.
I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back.
Yes.
Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Co jest?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bez wiaderka możemy iść, ale gdzie? W prawo bez wiaderka? A, tam gdzie strefa
When
bez wiadra,
Stanley
no tak.
came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly
Tam
well.
będzie ostatnia figurka.
Perhaps he
może.
wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too... But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Okay. No buckets.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Pustka taka. To jak w Diablo, chłopy. Jest achievement, który wymaga zebrania każdego istniejącego pojedynczego przedmiotu w grze. Nazywa się Graal. Albo Święty Graal, Holy Grail. Co ci daje? Nic. Nawet achievementa nie dostajesz. Prowadzisz sobie Excela i zapisujesz, jakie itemy ci się zdropiły. I tyle. Jak wszystkie zdropisz, to spoko. A są ludzie, co się podejmują. No. Przez czerwone drzwi miałem iść.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped.
Czy będzie w odstęp
And I
streama?
think,
Tak.
well, I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
O.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Pięknie.
No, wait. Where are you going? Right. Where were we?
Dziury nie znaleźliśmy? Jakie dziury?
Oh no! Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Spokojnie. Nikt nie upadnie.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing. Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there, hmm? Just stay here.
Poważnie mi się zresetowało wszystko? Wątpię. Cześć Zosiu. Też mam 13 lat. Nie, cipcia. Czyli no nic nie ma tu.
No! What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here.
Chyba
You
idziemy
heard
się
me
zabić.
before, didn't you? You will die! What about this isn't getting through to you?
Przecież mnie sam do tych drzwi prowadził. Wiedział, jakie jest ryzyko.
You are going to stay here, aren't you?
Nie wiem, Michałek. Idę się zabić. Nie ma innego rozwiązania. Już nic nie gada. No.
No! Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving. Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this. No. No, no, what are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
Trzy, dwa, jeden, go.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
To teraz tyłem, do odmiany.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all.
Nie mów tak, bo mi się
this one is
smutno robi.
yours.
Poważnie.
Do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
No ale tu się nic nie dzieje, no. Nie mogę tu zostać.
I wanted us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I still thought that was possible.
No stoję w miejscu. Nie ruszam się. Poważnie, tu 2 godziny i ending jest? Powiedział, że non-stop trzeba tu stać. Jezu! Dzięki, Wojciech. I co teraz? Na chuj się ruszasz? Bo nie zamierzam 2 godziny stać w miejscu, bo usnę. Wiesz, o której spać dziś poszedłem? O której usnąłem? O 15:20. Tak 15:10 w łóżku byłem. Stanie tam w 2 godziny by mnie zabiło. Co ty gadasz? No. Tak było. Dobra, lecimy.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
A czerwone drzwi? Gdzie wiaderko? Jak nie będzie wiaderka...
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
When Stanley found the collectibles. Okay. Ale piękny domek. Fajny dach.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain?
O!
We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
7 na 6?
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Pfu!
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini-Stan? Can you remember?
2.
No. Under the stairs was the 4th place you found a Figanley, not the 3rd. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If under the stairs feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments? Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened. This was the 5th mini-Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Jesus.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Co to za dźwięk? Jeszcze jedna.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
A, no. Teraz pytanie, czy w prawo, czy w lewo? Byłem w lewo. Wygląda jak ten sam pokój. A ja wiem, że szedłem w lewo, w czerwone, ale... Co by było, jakbym w prawy poszedł teraz? O, kamera wokół.
And then there was no more. because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Oszalał.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Nie wiem.
Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Jeszcze 3.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one. This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Co jest? Dziura! Zaraz będzie.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories. Oh, yes, the 2 doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Bucket.
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then
I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wiaderko.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate, assertive yet compassionate.
Teraz czerwone drzwi, a tu już mam wiadro za późno.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
To pójdę tak, jak mi opisuje teraz.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
Restartujemy? Quit to menu. I sprawdzamy, co się dzieje. A może pójdźmy faktycznie tak jak on gada, w pełni.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Bez wiaderka.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business,
Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
Lecimy, niebieskie
Let me
drzwi.
prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
O,
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's
Jaki
out there?
reset?
You want to find out what
Żaden
lies at the end
reset.
of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option.
Oh.
This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
czy tego nie było w poprzedniej wersji? O. Taki właśnie jest.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's
Co?
a
Nie
very
słuchałem,
meaningful
bo się nie
game,
skupiłem.
all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Kurwa, na doucznych ludzie w słuchawkach śpią w łóżku.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give
Diablo
it a
2
shot.
Resurrected Amazonka? Czy Counter-Strike? O, Firewatch.
Aha, fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
O.
Oh no. No, it can't be.
Yes.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh,
Miasto.
thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game.
Counter-Strike.
Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
No nie, tylko nie
Wonderful.
to.
See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Gdzie piłka? Kiedy się w auto zamienię?
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Lecimy. W której drużynie jestem? Chyba w pomarańczowej.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought, and I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
Brama.
Yes. Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls! enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun?
Tak.
Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Hold on.
O
What are
kurwa.
you doing?
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Przerwałem sekwencję chyba. A następne Diablo było? A.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it.
Muszę coś
He'll
zjeść, bo
understand
jestem
soon
głodny.
what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear
Znowu?
and the
No,
confusion.
rosół jest mało
That's who
pożywny
I
bardzo.
am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close,
Kiedy
then
Diablo?
I'll be back.
No,
The end will be
już bym
here
zagrał,
soon.
ale nie wiem kiedy koniec gry.
Very soon. I can wait.
Na Allegro derunki wyższej rangi po $200 chodzą? Jasny gwint. Raz jestem widzowy. Mam nadzieję, że koniec już tuż. Witam. Widzowie, nie ukrywam już, że kurde, trochę bym w Diablo pograł, a ta gra się nagle z samej końcówki przeciąga na jakiś maraton. No. Nie wiem teraz. Ach, no swędzi. W ogóle jak podpisywałem, bo teraz to Streamlabs tą nową umowę wysłał do podpisywania. I pojebane warunki tam mieli na niektóre. Na przykład mieli warunek taki, że stream musi być przynajmniej raz w miesiącu. No. Tak było napisane. Pojeby? No pojeby. Zostałeś dawcą spermy? Okej. Ale... O. Co to za fotel mam? Ja jaki fotel mam? Ja mam wykrzyknik fotel. Grzmocilla. Ale jak masz nielimitowane pokłady gotówki, to ja bym się zastanowił nad tym. Nad Herman Millerkiem. Czy gram Valo? Nie, Amazonkę robię, Demons. Ty też powinieneś koniecznie druidem zagrać. No. Pewnie widzowie zachwyceni by byli. To nic? No. Ja tam sloty pograł, jestem nieusatysfakcjonowany, ale no... No... Kurwa. Jest jak jest, niestety. Ty to co, Alt F4 i Diablo?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to
Ja
check on his
znowu to
co-workers.
samo,
He
nie
never
mogę.
functioned well by himself
Jeszcze
and
restartujmy
constantly
grę.
needed support and guidance from others. So
Jestem
the thought of
ogarnięty.
total
Ty się
solitude
ogarnij,
was terrifying to him.
O nie, moja będzie
When
Diablo, nie
Stanley
mogę
came to a
oglądać,
set
co
of
teraz?
two open doors, he entered the door on his
Lewo,
left.
chyba tak. Nie wiem, czy coś zostało z nowej
Yet there was
wersji.
not a single person here either.
A, to Alt
Feeling
F4.
away the
Tak, jak jest taki final ending tej gry? Chyba nie ma, co?
disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Cholera jasna, wyłączyła mi się gra. Znienacka, nie wiedziałem.